Hello. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. How's everyone doing? How's your Wednesday? How's your week going? Also, before I talk too much, can you hear me? Before I do too much talking, I need to know if I can be heard. If people can hear me. Please let me know. I think I fixed the setting on my computer. I figured out like the whole when my microphone wasn't working thing and like I had to keep using my headphones and stuff. I think I've figured it out. So hopefully things are working correctly and we won't have these issues anymore. No promises, but hopefully we won't have these issues anymore. Okay, good. I see that you guys can hear me, so we will get started. How's everyone doing? How's your Wednesday? Welcome. How's it going? What are you guys up to? What are you reading? What are you drinking? I'm still drinking that bottle of red that I started like a week ago, trying to get rid of it. It stays here. And as you guys know, I'm not like currently living here. So the only time I drink it is when I come here on Wednesdays to do these sprints. So I'm hoping that if not by today, then definitely by next Wednesday, that bottle will be done and gone and I can move on. Also, no one told me that the Love is Wine was a real wine that you could buy. I thought that it was just some kind of like promotional thing that they were doing, like because they have like the little golden cups and stuff or whatever. So I thought they like made their own wine like for the show, like to be funny and to like promote the show or whatever. I didn't realize you could actually buy that wine from the store. So the next wine that I purchased might be one of those because I'm very curious to know, what does the Love is wine taste like? I need to know. If anybody's tried it, please let me know. Hello, Zoe. How's it going? How are you guys doing? What are you up to? How have you been? All the messages disappeared. Oh no, there were messages before this one. The first one that I see is this one. So if there are more before this one, you're right, they disappear because I don't see them. Hello, Kiana. This was Zoe telling me that you guys can hear me, which is fantastic. Hello, Mel. Welcome. What are you reading? What are you up to? Saying hello to Zoe. Courtney is here. Hello, Courtney. I feel like I have not like had a conversation with Courtney in so long. Like we used to sprint together every week, and between work and just this whole house situation, I feel like I don't have time to do anything. Courtney, I miss you so much. How are you, my dear? How are things going? I'm missing all the updates. I don't know what's going on in anybody's life. Like, let me know what's going on. Kiana said that you guys can hear me. Excellent. Thank you, Jen. Not muted tonight. We hear you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ooh, back from happy hour. So full. What'd you get to eat? Also, what'd you get to drink? Hello, Stevie. How's it going? I just realized you have Monday off. This coming Monday? That's exciting. Is it a holiday or something? I know next Friday is a holiday. Well, it's not a holiday for everybody. Actually, this is the first job I've ever had where Good Friday is a holiday that's acknowledged where like you have a day off. Every other job that I've ever had, you don't get off for Good Friday or Easter or anything like that. So I'm not sure why for this job we do, but I'm not complaining. A day off is a day off. I'll take it. But yeah, why do you have Monday off? Is it something, did you like take off and you just forgot that you put in like to be off that day? Or is it like a special occasion? Is it like a holiday or something that I don't know about? Let me know. Drinking squash. Dilute it's what I always drink. Oh, okay. Reading The Retreat by Sarah Peirce. Just over 100 pages left. Okay, nice. So you're very close to finishing. It's the final countdown. I saw the reunion of Love is Blind last night. So much drama. Bet the wine is bitter. It might be. I don't know. Like, I'm very curious to try it. It said it's a Chardonnay. I don't know if it's like a brand and they make a bunch of different wines, but the one that I kept seeing was the Chardonnay, which I like a good Chardonnay every now and then. I would say like my go-to is a Riesling, but I don't mind a Chardonnay. But I'm curious to know what it tastes like. I'm very curious because, like I said, I didn't even know that it was real. I thought it was just for the show. I have my wine, a white blend, and my book, Powerless by Lauren Roberts. I'm assuming that you've started it because you said you want to finish it tonight. How far into it are you? How much time, how many pages do you have left? I'm sorry, as my eye is burning. I think this has happened on sprints before, so this is probably not new to some of you. You guys have seen when my eye just starts burning and it looks like I'm crying and I'm not crying. My eye is just burning. So don't mind me reading the comments with one eye closed. Please disregard. Um, Hello, Jaleesa. How's it going? I know. On the bright side, I have been looking for a new job. So I'm hoping that at some point something will come through and I'll be able to transition into something that is a little less overwhelming than my current job. Because I think that obviously, if you've been following my channel, then you know that over the last year, my engagement and content and stuff has like gone down. Like it's been less and less and less because work has been taking over more and more and more. And that wasn't always the case before I had this job. I just started this job last March, so I've literally only been there a year and like a couple of days at this point. So prior to this job, I was much more engaged, doing a lot more, participating more. You guys would see me and I'd be on people's sprints and in the comment section in the sprints and stuff like that and posting. I had, videos that I would post every week and stuff like that. Haven't been able to do that recently with everything going on. So I'm hoping that whatever my next move is something that is going to be much less time consuming, much less stressful, something that's not going to have me like losing sleep and grinding my teeth at night and drinking 3 cups of coffee. Like, that's the goal. That's the goal. So, fingers crossed. Pray for me, y'all. I'm going to finish All My Rage. I had to put it down for a bit due to some triggering content. But I think I'm ready to continue. I'm curious to know, are you able to share what type of trigger warnings are in this book? Or would that be a spoiler? I know that some people kind of struggle with that between like what kind of content warning might also be a spoiler, but I think that if anybody else was maybe considering reading this book, it might be good to know maybe what that, content warning or trigger warning might be. So if you care to share, I'd love to know. Hello, Elena. How's it going? I'm well. How are you? I'm well because honestly, today was very busy, but it was busy doing stuff that wasn't related to work. So because I didn't do as much work today, I'm in a much better mood. Not gonna lie. Don't tell my boss. But yeah, that is why I'm in such a good mood today. I just finished my 2 library books yesterday. Nice. Yeah, close to finishing. Thank goodness. Oh, it sounds like you're not having a good time with this book. The at the end kind of gave it away. Are you not enjoying this? My guess is that you are not. Hello, Beatrice. How are you? How was your trip? I think you're back now from your trip to Paris. How was it? How did you love Paris? What did you do? How did it go? What was the most memorable moment? I want to hear all about it. I'll be working during these sprints, but when I get home, maybe twist up my hair while watching Apples Never Fall, based on the novel by Leanne Moriarty. Yes, I do want to read that book. I read, what's the other book that she did that has a show? Big Little Lies. I read Big Little Lies because of the show. I started watching the show. I got like 2 episodes in, and I was like, I wonder if this is a book. Just like randomly by chance, I was like, I wonder if this is a book. And I looked it up, and it turns out it was a book. So I stopped watching the show, read the book, finished the book, and then went back to the show. They're both equally good. I recommend both of them. Obviously, check trigger warnings first, but I definitely recommend both. I think they're both great. But yeah, I do want to read Apples Never Fall. I've been wanting to read that book probably since like 2022. I just have never gotten around to it. And I didn't even know that they were coming out with the show until it was already out. Like, I found out about it because it was out and I saw like the ad for, what is it, like Hulu, or I forget what like platform it's on, but I was like on the platform like searching for something to watch or whatever, and I saw that come across and I was like, wait, what? There's a show for this? So yeah, I definitely want to read this even more now that the show has come out. Returned 2 books and got one. I got my dad 1 book. Nice, using my library card. That was very nice of you. 130 pages left. Excellent. Very close to being done. Do you think you'll finish tonight? Does it read fast? I heard that it reads fast. Oh no! No! Did you get sick after you came back? Please tell me you were fine and perfectly healthy while you were in Paris and then got sick once you came back. I would hate for you to have been sick while you were on your trip. Oh my gosh. Working, so I'm drinking water. Fair enough. That's probably wise. I'll be finishing Warbreaker. Okay, 60 pages to go. Oh yeah, you'll definitely finish that. I know quite a few people were actually reading that book in like the end of February, beginning of March. So I don't know if you, Stevie, if you were reading this as part of like a read along or a book club pick or something. But yeah, you like what are you thinking now that you're getting closer to finishing? How are you feeling about it? I've had too much wine already. I'm making tea now. Fair enough. I don't drink, so I'll be joining y'all with some water and coffee. Nothing wrong with that. Hello, Courtney. Hello, Camilla. How are you? Reading Never Lie by Frida McFadden. That is the Frida McFadden book that I want to read the most. Like, I want to read The Housemaid. I want to read, what is it called? The Inmate or something like that. Like, there are certain ones that, like, I want to read, right? But Never Lie is number one on the list of books that I want to read from this author. I've never read anything from Frida McFadden before, but that is the one where, like, I am going to be so excited when I do finally get around to it. I'm going to be so excited. I'm almost kind of nervous because I feel like I'm going to be so excited that the book is not going to live up to the excitement that I've hyped myself up to. But the synopsis just sounds really good. And the people that I've heard that have like read this, that have talked about it, they've really enjoyed it. So I'm very excited. I hope that you love it. And that way you will encourage me to pick it up even sooner. Drinking iced coffee with a little bit of creamer. Nice. I'm great. Wonderful. Love to hear it. Hello, Elena. Needs to read some Frida McFadden. Yeah, I hear great things. My trip was a mess. I did not know. What happened? Oh no. I'm so sorry to hear that, Beatrice. I know you were so excited. You went there for a concert, I think. How was the concert? Was the concert at least good? The whole reason why you went? I hope that turned out, as well as it should have. If you like thrillers, you would definitely enjoy her books. Yep. But I had the best. Oh, there we go. That answers my question. Yeah, I was gonna say I know that was like the main reason why you went. So I'm glad that the concert turned out well, since that was the primary reason for you going. But I am sorry to hear that the other plans that you had did not work out to your liking. Hope you feel better soon. Yes, for sure. Can you tell it's just so slow and I should DNF, but it's my brain doesn't let me DNF books. I think I've only ever DNF 2 books in my life. I like to see it through just in case some miracle. Yep, I agree with this completely. Completely. There are quite a few books. I think the last book that I just finished, the one that I finished yesterday, or was it this morning? I don't know. But the last book that I finished, I was like, this really could have been a DNF. Like, I didn't need to finish this. I didn't get anything out of it that was worth finishing the book. Like, I could have stopped at like the 60% mark and not missed anything. Yeah. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does not. I like thrillers as long as something wild happens. I agree. So making a long story short, we walked a lot, which is normal, but we ate very little, or at least little for what we were walking. On Monday, I was very, maybe that was supposed to be Monday. On Monday, I was very nauseated and cold. Could not keep a lot of food down. Oh no! When did you come back? Did you come back on Sunday? Did you come back on Monday? But yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's definitely a place where you do a lot of walking for sure, especially if you're doing like touristy stuff and sightseeing and stuff. So yeah, definitely. And I think you said you've been before, because I was gonna say at least you know for next time to like carry like a water bottle or pack like some snacks or like a protein bar or something like in your bag, just in case you guys aren't stopping for food as often. You're not like, dying trying to walk and keep up and stuff, and not having enough nutrients or sustenance in your system. So excuse me. At least you know for next time what to do and what not to do. Happy Wednesday of Books and Butterfly. Finishing up an audiobook, and then I will be reading a NetGalley book and maybe also re-listening to an audiobook of either Bookshops and Bone Dust by Travis Baldree, or I don't know where the other part to this message is, so I guess we'll come to it when I get to it. But I'm curious to know what the other option is. Okay, it was after you came back. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. At least you were able to not be sick while you were in Paris. But it is unfortunate that you are sick now. But hopefully it will be a speedy recovery. Get you, got you, yeah. Hello, Jess. How are you? How's it going? What are you up to? Same here. I don't know. I didn't know that there was a show being made until I saw ads. Oh, it's on Peacock. Yep. I think I probably was scrolling. So like I think my Peacock and my Paramount is somehow connected to my Amazon Prime. I don't really know how, but like I can get to one from already being inside the other or something like that. So I think I was on Prime looking for something and then saw the Apples Never Far came out and I was like, huh? I was like, when did this come out? How did I miss this? Actually, sadly, I have a. Oh no! Did it test that it came back positive? Oh my gosh. Well, please make sure you rest, drink lots of fluid, vitamin C, wear a mask. Hopefully, you don't have to go anywhere. Like, if you have class or work, maybe you're able to take a couple of days off so that you can get the healing that you need. But definitely, definitely rest and hydrate. Those are very, very, very important things to do. And I hope that you are able to recover quickly because I know that that is not fun. Maybe on the bright side, with you being, out for a little while, maybe you'll be able to get some reading done, but I'm sure you would rather be healthy than be able to read. So hopefully you make a speedy recovery. I'm very sorry to hear that. With the Fire on High by Elizabeth S. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I have heard good things about With the Fire on High. I haven't read it myself, but I've heard good things about it. So if I had to choose between the two, that's probably what I would pick. But I will see what everyone else, if anybody else has an opinion one way or the other. But my vote is for With the Fire on High. I hope I can get better soon. Yes, me too. Yeah, I hear great things about the housemate. But I think what I've heard too about Frida McFadden's writing is that it's kind of like Lucy Foley. Not it's similar to Lucy Foley's writing, but both of those authors are authors where I hear people say that once you've read a couple of their books, the rest of their books all kind of follow the same formula, so it feels repetitive. So I think that if I was going to read some Frida McFadden books, it would definitely be Neverlie, The Housemaid, and probably The Inmate, although I'm not sure about that one. But those are the ones that I would like consider, and I feel like the rest of them I don't know if I would read, just because I've heard that her writing doesn't necessarily get better; it just kind of gets repetitive, if that makes sense. Although I think was it The Coworker or something? There was some book that I think whatever the most recent one is that she came out with. I heard some people say that that one was a little bit different than what she normally does, so maybe I would consider reading that one. But the reviews on that are kind of mixed, so undecided. Yes, thank you so much for Books and Butterflies. Thank you. I got sent an art. Nice. She has a book called One by One too. Interesting. Okay. Huh, who was the other person? I think Ruth Ware, I think, has a book called One by One, if I'm not mistaken. It's so interesting when authors have like books that are like the same name as other books, just like songs, like when songs have the same name as another song. I think that's so interesting. You would think that they would put like copyrights or something on the title so that people can't reuse the same title over and over again. But yeah, let me know when you get to that because I want to know. Have you read other stuff by this author, Jess? I'm just curious to know if this would be like your first experience with her or if you are able to compare this to her other works to see how repetitive or maybe how different this one is. Not a part of anything, just decided to read it. I'm enjoying it and excited to see how it ends. Nice. Only read The Locked Door. That's another one that I've heard like relatively good things about. So I would maybe consider reading that one. Maybe I would read that instead of reading The Inmate. But then I'll be reading The Housemaid in September for my book club. Nice. Awesome. I have a NetGalley arc of This Ravenous Fate by Haley Dennings that I plan on starting after finishing All My Rage, and I'm so excited. What genre is this? It sounds like it's probably a fantasy, but let me know. I came back on Sunday, so yeah, I started to feel a bit bad on Monday, but tonight was awful, and well, hold and behold, oh yeah, I have COVID. Well, I think on the bright side too, at least you were able to catch it soon enough. Like, I don't know if you've had COVID before, but I know that some people, even like with a cold or whatever, and when it's a sickness that you've had before, like let's say just the flu in general, if you've had it before, you kind of know what kind of stuff worked to help you like get better. So because you caught it so early, you got sick on Monday. Today's only Wednesday. So you caught it early enough that you can start like trying to do all the healthy remedy stuff that you have done before if you've had it before, and hopefully be able to nip it in the bud sooner than later. Hello, Glenda. I've been reading my middle grade book, Myrtle Means the Opportunity by Elizabeth C. Bunce. After that, I'll be reading The American Daughters by Maurice Carlos Ruffin. Nice. Hello, Lexi. Just getting home from work. Had to work in our main office 40 miles away. Oh my gosh. But I get to come in 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. So you just have to do 30 minutes tomorrow and then you can go home after that? Cuz that's awesome. if I'm understanding this correctly. Sorry, I ran out of characters. YouTube allows it. Yeah, that's fine. But also, the person that I went with did not want to go to the breakfast at the hostel offer, so it made things even worse. That's no fun. Yeah, at least you know if you decide to travel with that person in the future, have some snacks, in your bag just in case, and that way you're not starving just because somebody else doesn't want to eat. I don't recommend like splitting up. If you're traveling and it's just the two of you guys, I don't recommend like splitting up and like one of you goes and one of you doesn't go. I think you guys should stay together. But if that's the case, this person is really, against going to get food from wherever, at least you'll have some snacks on hand, keep you from passing out, and keep you from getting sick. Luckily, I am home and 90%. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So you'll be able to get some much needed rest and hopefully recover quickly. With the Fire on High was so good. See, and Mel knows books. Okay, Mel has great recommendations, so I completely trust this recommendation. Hello, Beatrice. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. Feel better soon. Should I DNF? I'm so torn. Do I want to put myself through another 150 pages of torture, or should I grab something else? I am not one to tell people or encourage people to DNF, mainly because I am like you, where I'm scared to DNF because I feel like I'm going to miss something. And I have a hard time convincing people to do something that I myself don't do, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't try to convince somebody to do something that I wouldn't do. So it's hard for me to try to convince you to DNF because I don't want to be the reason why you maybe miss out on what could be a spectacular ending. But the way that you're describing your experience with this book, it does sound like a book that you should probably DNF. So do with that information what you will. You could always like look up spoilers or something like that. Like that's also another option. Like if you don't feel like reading it, but you still want to know how it ends, you could always see if there's like spoilers, whether it's like in reviews on like Goodreads or if there's like videos or blog posts or whatever about it. You could always look up spoilers that way. That way you still know how it ends without having to waste your time reading the book. Especially if the ending is not great. Save yourself some time. So yeah. Thank you, Net. Thank you, Nightbot. Hello, Glenda. Thank you. We're just not expecting this to happen. So yeah, I see. I hope I can recover quickly. Same. Hello, Glenda, Courtney, Kiana, everyone. I hate that I have to keep my hello short because of the character count. Hello, Jean. Finished Harry Potter 2 last night. Might start part 3 today. Although today was an in-person day, I might just nap. I feel that. I'm drinking, this is the same bottle of red that I had last week. I haven't finished it because the bottle stays here at my house, and I'm not currently living at my house right now. The only time I get to drink it is when I come here on Wednesdays. So I'm hoping to be finished with this bottle. If not today, then definitely by next Wednesday, I hope to be finished with it because I want to move on and I want to try the Love is Blind wine, the Love is Wine wine. That sounds so weird when you say it like that. But that's what I want to try next. So I want to finish this bottle so I can try that. I don't like having multiple bottles open of wine. I like to have one bottle open at a time. I don't mind having a whole bunch of bottles, but I only want to have one that's open. I like the Inmate. I didn't. Oh, you didn't like Neverlie. Interesting. Okay. That's a hot take. That's a hot take. You're the first person that I've heard say that. Doesn't, negate what you're saying, doesn't make it not true. I just have never heard that perspective before. Very interesting. I think I read Frida McFadden, and that was about a woman who went on the run after killing her husband, and she went to a motel. That was good. Huh. Like I said, I've never read anything about Frida McFadden, so I don't know which book this would be. But if anybody knows what Zoe's talking about, let me know what the title of that book is. Stupidly, my worry now is with this week's video. I do not have a video filmed, and I'm not sure if I should try to film one. So yeah, if I feel okay tomorrow, I will try. I definitely don't think that you need to push yourself. If you need to take a break, I think that your audience will be more than understanding, especially given the fact that you have COVID. I don't think that anybody's expecting you to film through that, Take the time that you need to rest. If anything, if you want to like post something on your community page or post something on your Instagram or something, just letting people know like, hey, there's not going to be a video this week. I have COVID. You could do that if you really want to. But honestly, I think that your audience will be understanding. I don't think that anybody's going to hold it against you. Like, I haven't posted a video since like the end of January. So, sometimes life, like Courtney said earlier, life be lifing, and sometimes you just got to roll with the punches. So don't feel obligated to film or edit if you are not feeling up to it. Hello, Beatrice and Glenda. Hello, Jean. Hello, Atia. Hello, everyone. I'm finishing up a picture book, and they're going to pop out of the library. Going to keep this on for views, though. Thank you so much. Hello, Jean, Zoe, Jaleesa, and Atia. Trying to decide what to have for dinner. I know I want to order it, but I can't decide between burger or Red Lobster or pierogies with meat on a stick. If you got a burger, where would you be getting the burger from? Because that's going to make or break my decision. I also have never had a pierogi before, so I don't know. I probably wouldn't vote for that just because I don't know what it tastes like. But I need to know where the burger's from. That's going to make or break. Because not everybody's burgers are good. Actually, someone did try to copyright a title. I forget what it was specifically, but she didn't want the other book to have the word cocky in the title and made a sweet cocky gate. Wow. Oh, made a suit. Wow. That's crazy. What an odd word to try to gatekeep too, like cocky. It was called, Do Not Disturb. I have heard of that. I want to think I heard of that because maybe Larry Reeds might have read that a couple of months ago. I vaguely remember hearing about this book. But it's one of those that, although the rating was in the middle, I still think about it from time to time. Fair enough. Do you think that I guess this could be a question for everybody. Do you think that there are books that maybe you didn't rate as high, like a 3.5 or a 3 or something like that have stuck with you to this day? And the fact that it has stuck with you, do you feel like that means that maybe you should give it a higher rating because it has stuck with you? Like, I know that there are books that I feel like I've given not high ratings to, maybe like a 4 or something like that. And then like I'll go back and be like, wow, I completely forgot that I read this book. And it makes me wonder, like, was it really a 4? And so the opposite of that is rating a book low, but then you keep thinking about it, months, years, whatever later, and it's like, maybe this book was better than I gave it credit for. Oops. It's a YA fantasy with black sapphic vampires set in the Jazz Age Harlem. That sounds cool. That sounds really cool, actually. You'll have to let me know what you think about that once you finish it. Now, the only other thing I read was The Teacher, which was her newest. Okay, so it's The Teacher, not The Coworker. Okay, I got it mixed up. I had an arc of that too. I liked it, but it wasn't super shocking or anything. Yeah, that's what I heard about most of the like newer releases that she's had. Besides The Housemaid, most of her newer releases, that's what I've heard. It's kind of like once you've read one or once you've read a couple, you kind of know the formula, you know what to expect, and so they're not as jarring or surprising once you've had read a couple, I have a couple under your belt. Hello, Linz. Hope you're having a great day. I am currently reading The Will of the Many. How are you liking it? I hear fantastic things about this book. Yeah, I've had it before, so the symptoms were like, I know you, it's not my normal cold symptoms. So now a lot of rest, trying to get a few meds in so I don't get a fever. Yeah, this is smart. Because if that happens, I will be MIA for a day or two. And if you have to be, like, that's totally fine. I don't think anybody's gonna hold it against you, like I said, that you're sick. She lost in 2018, if I recall. The verdict being that you can't copyright or trademark a particular phrase or word that is freely available in common language / spelling. However, you can trademark a series under the flagship title. Okay. I think I do remember looking up very like loosely, very like briefly, looking up stuff that had to do with like copyright for like certain words, because I was trying to design merch for later this year, and I was trying to see if I said, certain things on the merch, would I be sued for doing that? So yes, that does make sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Hello to Glenda. Sorry, I'm at 30 minutes. Oh, okay. You get to come in 30 minutes late tomorrow. It's been a day at work, but we have a new practice administrator after the old one retired, and she's cracking down on my overtime. Oh, that's not fun. I'm sure the overtime has been very nice to your bank account, so it is unfortunate that the new administrator is cracking down on that. Because she did an audit and found I've been working overtime every week since October of 2021. Well, I mean, a girl's gotta live, right? My wheel chose the Agathas for me. Anyone have read or heard anything about this book? I think it's YA. It is YA. I have not read it. I also don't know what it's about. I just know what it is because there was an old Barnes & Noble. This was back in like 2022. There was an old Barnes & Noble that like it's closed down now and they moved to a new location. But I used to go in there like once a week, sometimes twice a week when they were like closing those last final months that they were open, because everything in the store was like at least 25% off. And that was a book that was like always on the YA like fiction table or whatever. So I know exactly what you're talking about, but I know nothing about it. I enjoyed it. It's a cute mystery and a homage to Lovers of Agatha Christie. Nice. That sounds cool. Okay, did it read quick? Mel said pierogies are fire. I believe it. Slab Burger. I don't know if it's outside of my city. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Doesn't mean that it might be a franchise. We just don't have one here where I live, so I can't tell. Whether or not it would be good. So I'm gonna vote for Red Lobster by default. Please take my vote with a grain of salt because I don't know what slab burger is, so like I don't know if it's good, and I've never had a pierogi before, so also don't know if it's good. So by default, I have to go with Red Lobster. That's the only option that I can choose. There's a bunch of us. We're sitting on the other scheduled live for today. There's another live scheduled for today. Oh, you know what? You might be right. That might be my bad. That might be my bad. Hold on. Hold on. That's crazy. 1 second. Please hold. Yep. That's my fault. Let me let me fix that. Oops. I appreciate you telling me this because otherwise I would have had no idea. That is me being dumb. So sorry. So sorry. We're going to fix that right now. Let's see. This is why we need Coda, because Coda points out the stupid things that I do. And we need someone to do that every now and then. All right. Save. Edit. So see what had happened was when I went to go start the live, I may or may not have clicked the wrong one. And I went live under the wrong one. My bad. I'm so sorry. I think it's fixed now. It was a quick read for me. However, I can't remember the exact page count. I read it in 2 days. Nice. The book's always, oh, yep, do not disturb. Yep. But that's cool. You read it in 2 days. Nice. Agreed. I love them as well. See, I need to try one, apparently. I was going to say, I'm sure we were waiting on it. Whoops. Sorry. See, I fixed the sound and then messed up the video. Whoopsies. Coda, I don't understand your comment. So I schedule all of my sprints out. And so all of the sprints, all of the Wind Down Wednesday sprints for the entire month of March are already like scheduled. So backstage in StreamYard, they're listed. And I clicked on the wrong one. Like when I entered the studio to go backstage to start the live, I went into the wrong one and started the live on the wrong one. So I've since switched the titles. So if you refresh the page, the title for this one should now say 2024 goals check-in instead of hop along. Hop along was for next week because it's the Wednesday before Easter. So I accidentally started the wrong one. Whoops. Yeah, I often think like that regarding reading a book lower and then keep thinking about it. Yeah. Okay, I will. I think about The Will and Many, my best adult fantasy of 2023. Nice. What did you rate it? I'm hoping that if it was the best adult fantasy of 2023 for you, that you rated it 5 stars, I'm assuming? She must have scheduled them both for the same day instead of... No, they were scheduled for 2 different days. I just clicked on the wrong one because I'm an idiot. I hear the teacher was wild. I did hear that as well. Well, as per the other stream, going between Dorian Gray and Homegoing, both books need reading fairly quickly. Are they library books that maybe are going to get taken away? Hello. Editing a video is the price of reading time today. Nice. The overtime had not been voluntary. Oh, it's been forced overtime, and she's been like, that's not okay. I told them to stop scheduling me to be the first one in when I'm not allowed to leave until the last patient leaves the building. Oh, so this wasn't overtime that you were working by choice. Oh, well, then I'm glad the administrator stepped in and finally like told them to stop and cut that out. That's wild. I'm glad that you were finally being rescued. Jeez. Never had Red Lobster. My mom's favorite restaurant for years was Red Lobster. I don't think it is anymore, but for years, like I'm talking like elementary school, middle school, high school, even like college. My mom probably didn't like stop going to Red Lobster until maybe like the last 5 years. So for like 25 years of my life, we were always either at Red Lobster or Applebee's because that's what my mom loved to eat. So I'm very familiar, or used to be very familiar with Red Lobster's menu. I personally am not crazy about it, but I didn't really have a choice as a kid growing up, so yeah. Okay, good. Kept refreshing. Saying I was on the other sprint multitasking, and then I saw the note to come over here. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Yes, you have. Remind me, and I will do it during the sprint. But you most certainly have. MVP, I'm saying, like, this guy comes over here and just straightens everything out. We got to keep this guy around. Oh, now my other eye is burning. This is annoying. Just found the correct link. Hello, Rally. Don't forget to reschedule. Yeah, I did. I scheduled it for next Wednesday. So I switched the titles and scheduled the other one for next Wednesday. I don't know how I managed to do that. I'm wilding. That's crazy. Okay, the Agatha's rating is 3.94. Oh, that's good. That's not a bad rating at all for a Goodreads rating. That's pretty decent. So I'm gonna go for it. I have officially DNF'd the third book of my life. Nice. Setting goals. Speaking of 2024 goals check-in, we will talk about this during the next sprint because we are already 40 minutes into the sprint and we haven't actually done a sprint yet. So in the next session, when we come back from our first sprint, we are going to talk about like what our goals are for 2024 and how much like progress we've made on any of those goals, whether they are personal goals, reading goals, whatever it is. We are going to talk a bit about that because we are coming to the end of the first quarter of 2024. So I'm very curious to know how everyone's doing, in their goals. So we'll talk about that in the next chatty bit. But we're going to get to these comments and then we're going to do a sprint. Reading with y'all, but gotta walk down and pick up, tacos. That sounds delicious. Hello, Kelsey. Reading, Magnolia Parks Into the Dark. Oh, and 1984. Oh my goodness. Those are very different books. Like, I haven't read Magnolia Parks, but I have read 1984. Those are very different ends of the spectrum. So have fun bouncing back and forth between those. Thank you, Nightbot. Hello, Jamie. I'm starting So Shall You Reap by Donna Leon, number 32 in the series. I have number 33 as a NetGalley arc. That's cool. I'm excited to start as soon as I'm all caught up. Excellent. My husband loves their Cheddar Bay biscuits and keeps trying to convince me, yes, that I will say. Their Cheddar Bay biscuits are top tier. Like, supreme, elite, like the best. They are very delicious. I'm drinking a new bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon, same brand as a few weeks ago, the super cheap Walmart wine. My goblet is a blown glass etched with strawberry plants. Oh, that sounds so pretty. My eyes do that sometimes too. Do you know? I don't. I have no idea. I've actually been to the doctor for this. I've been to like my regular, like my primary care physician, and I've also been to like the eye doctor, like that does my prescription for the glasses that I never wear. Maybe that's why they burn because I should be wearing my glasses. But yeah, neither one of them have been able to tell me like why this happens. And I've also noticed like recently it happens a lot more than it used to. I feel like it's getting worse. I'm gonna say like this year, like in 2024, for some reason, it has gotten just significantly worse, and I don't really know why. This probably started happening back in, I'm gonna say like 2018, 2019, maybe is when this started happening. And I thought, because back then I used to wear like lash extensions, like strip lashes and stuff like that. I thought maybe it was the lashes. I thought maybe it was the lash glue. And then I started getting them professionally done, like spending like $120 every couple of weeks to get them like professionally done. And then it was still happening. So I'm like, maybe I just can't do lash extensions at all, which is one of the reasons why I don't wear lash extensions anymore. I thought that's what was causing my eyes to burn. Apparently it's not. So I could very well go back to doing that. And then I thought like, maybe it was being in the house too much. Like maybe there's something like in the walls and the carpet or whatever. I don't have carpet, but you get my point. Like something in the house that was making me like have allergies or something. But it happens when I'm home. It happens when I'm at work. It happens when I'm driving in the car. Like I could literally be anywhere and it just happens. And there's no like thing that like happens where I can be like, oh, this is the thing that triggers it. When this happens, then my eyes are going to burn. There isn't anything that I can like pinpoint as to what the reason is, other than maybe my eyes are just dry or something. I have no idea. But if you find out what causes yours, let me know. Yeah, I've been working, oh my gosh, 45 to 50 hours a week. So now I now I don't know what to do with all my free time. Well, that's good, first of all, that you have free time now. I'm sorry that it took so many years for them to finally like release you so that you can have this time. But I guess again, try to look at things on the bright side, glass half full. I'm sure that your bank account did not mind all those extra hours. Hello, Sarah. I've been here the whole time and realized I never commented. I decided to DNF. Oh no! Couldn't vibe with the writing. I'm reading, Legendary. Okay. I have read Legendary. I need to pick up Finale. I need to do that. That way I can say that I completed at least one series all the way through this year. So I need to do that. Maybe that'll be the next book that I pick up after I finish this one. But I'm so sorry that you DNF Powerless. I think you are one of the first people that I've heard that like just DNF'd it, like just wasn't enjoying it to the point where they DNF'd. I feel like most people really enjoy this book, so now I'm nervous because I haven't read it. Now I'm nervous. Very different vibes, which is good. I definitely won't mix up any details. This is true. Actually, reading 4 books right now due to the buddy reads of the book club. I'm exhausted. I bet. Next Wednesday's my birthday. That's so exciting. I love having a virtual wine party on my birthday. It can't be snowed out the way most of my real life birthday plans usually are. Yay, March weather. Yes, March is one of those months that's very unpredictable where it could be 70 degrees one day and then be snowing the next day. Matter of fact, it snowed on my birthday. It didn't stick because it was too warm. It was like 50 degrees outside, but it was snowing on my birthday. Like as I was driving, I went to Wegmans to go buy flowers, and it was snowing. Like it was wild. Burning eyes is a sign of dry eyes. Speaking as someone who works in an eye practice and spends all day in dry eye clinic. Yep, I kind of figured that that's what it was. Kind of figured. I don't know why my eyes are suddenly like drier than normal because, like I said, this just started happening in like 2018 or 2019. It was like this is something that I've suffered with my whole life. So I don't know if it's just hormones or just getting older, body deteriorating. Like I don't know why it's happening so much more. Who knows? All of my friends are here. I'm off in 15 minutes and I'll be walking for more wine during the first sprint. I can also either thaw fish, salmon, or cod, or order a pepperoni, green olive, blue cheese calzone. Hmm. I'm a salmon girl. I love salmon, but I don't know if you feel like cooking. So I would say if you don't feel like cooking, go for the calzone. But if you want to save some money, I vote for the salmon. Oops. Lashes stitches are horrible for your eyes. Screens are causing us not to blink, so your eyes are drying out. I could believe that. I could believe that. I'll be going to the optometrist soon because my eyes started randomly burning in the last quarter of 2023. It's uncomfortable. I'll let you know what my doc says. Yes, please do. Maybe chronic dry eye. My aunt has that, and she gets similar symptoms. Huh. So is there anything that you can do for that besides like eye drops, obviously? Is there anything else that can be done to like remedy that? I'm just curious. Hello, Anna. Maybe yeah, try eye drops. I figured that that's like the go-to like solution, but I'm wondering if there's anything else that can be done. Because I personally just don't like eye drops. I don't like eye stuff. I don't like contacts. I don't like wearing glasses. Like I just don't like doing things with my eyes. I'm really weird when it comes to eyeballs. I don't know why, but I am. So if there's like I'd rather like if there's like a pill that I can take or some kind of like powder that I can pour into my drink or something else that I can do so that I don't have to do eye drops. I would like to know what that is. My dinner tonight's homemade tortilla soup turned out really good. Nice. Hello, beautiful people, hugging the like button. Hello, Christina. How are you? Hello, Julie. How's it going? I think I got the link straight now on the spreadsheet. They were switched for. Yeah, that's my fault. It's not you. It's me. I did that. I messed up. That's my bad. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much. I got you on the dry eye therapy. Cool, cool, cool. Appreciate it. We usually get 1 to 2 feet, oh my gosh, of wet snow, sort of storm on whichever day I schedule a birthday party. Can be 80 degrees the day before and still get the snow. This time the snow forecast for this weekend / Monday. Oh my gosh. That's wild. 1 to 2 feet. Good gracious. Monday ain't a thing right now. I don't know if I want to cook, but I need to learn to do it when I don't want it. This is true. I also have frozen vegetables though, and I like my fish on a bed of fresh spring mix. Okay, fancy. I mean, if you don't have the spring mix, then maybe that means you order the calzone. That's my dilemma. We'll see if the spring mix in the fridge is still good. Yeah, I was gonna say if you don't have any, I guess calzone it is. Artificial tears 4 times a day. Prevention is key. Not waiting until they bother you. Waiting can cause severe cornea disease over time. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that. Warm compress with a microwavable mask, 10 minutes twice a day. That's a good idea that I could do. Might have to try that. Uh, I'm going to Jamie's for dinner. Oh, not the tortilla soup. Hello, Nicole. Hello, Jamie, Coda, Lexi, everyone in the chat I can't see yet. She was prescribed something called Maxiteers. Okay. It's soft gel capsules that so she like eats it. I need to look into this. Eating my sub, then rotating through all my books. I also had a sub earlier today. I went to Subway, got a tuna fish sub for lunch. A day, eating more fish oil supplements, drinking more water, taking breaks. Yeah, we never do that. Don't realize, but the screens and reading makes our brains forget to blink. So every 30 minutes, take a break. Okay, we will star this comment. Thank you so much. Also, going to star this comment about the Maxiteers. There's a bunch of chat on the other stream. I thought it was my meds. So thanks. No, it wasn't you. It was me. It was my fault. I messed up. Just to put yeah. Hello, Nicole. Courtesy of our dry eye specialist that I wrote the same thing 20 times today. Say hi to Nicole. Hello, Jessica. Jessica's eating marshmallows. Delicious. Say hello to Christina. And I think we have reached the end of the comments. We are going to jump into our first sprint. We are going to do an hour-long sprint. If there is anybody else over on the other sprint, I will hop over there and let them know that we're over here today. But otherwise, we are going to jump on in to this first sprint, and I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? I read almost 2 chapters. I have about 9 minutes left in the chapter that I'm in, and then I will have finished 2 chapters since the sprint started. So it's going, it's going pretty good so far. I updated the vlog, so that's happening. So yeah, that's how my sprint went. I also had to try on some clothes. I ordered some clothes for next week and I needed to try them on to make sure that they fit. I didn't get through everything, but I think I have like 2 more outfits I need to try on to make sure they fit. But that's what I did while I was listening to this book. How did you guys do during this sprint? And also, now that we've reached the next little chatty bit, let me know what are some of your goals for 2024 in terms of like, are there certain goals that you have like crossed off the list, like, oh, done with that, like finished that? What are some of the things that you guys said you wanted to do that you've actually done so far? Or on the flip side of that, things that you said you wanted to do this year that you haven't even begun to start and you're like, ooh, I should probably work on that. Let me know. Let's see, where do we leave off in the comments? Thank you so much, Christina. I apologize to everyone who was on the other sprint. I'm not even going to say the wrong sprint because you guys weren't wrong. I was wrong. So sorry to you guys for starting and going live on the wrong sprint. That's my bad. So thank you so much, Christina. Not all heroes wear capes. So we're so glad to have you here. Thank you so much. Hello to Nicole. Zoe said, one of my goals for 2024 is to put more work into my YouTube channel and try to hit monetization, which I am pleased to report I hit on March 2nd. That's awesome. Congratulations, Zoe. That's amazing. Now that I'm thinking of it, I've done a lot of writing. Did I skip? No, okay. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've done a lot of writing that same dry eye therapy this week. I was in the dry eye clinic on Monday and wrote it 20 times. Tuesday, I was in the cornea with the really severe dry eye and had to write it probably 15 times and also write down post-op procedures because dry eye was so bad it had to, oh my gosh, had to scrape off the first layer of the cornea on several patients. And then today, that just made my legs feel weird. I told you, like, eyeball stuff just makes me so uncomfortable. Like, how some people are like squeamish when it comes to like blood, or someone, gets nauseous when they see somebody else throw up or like stuff like that. For me, it's eyeballs. Something about eyeballs just makes my skin feel tingly. I don't know. Hello, Katie. How are you? How's it going? What are you up to? What are you reading? Hello, Katie. Everyone's saying hello to Katie. How are we doing today? I'm doing great. Everyone in the comments, I know Beatrice is sick, but I think everyone else is doing all right. But let Katie know how you guys are doing. Feel free to mingle in the chat. Hello, Brittany. Just getting home and getting settled. Lovely. How was your day? Hello, Shayna. Late to the party. Got home from work a bit late and had some things at home to take care of. I'll be reading Throne of Glass tonight. Nice. Hello, Brittany. Hello, Shayna. Hello, Zoe. Hello, Rainy. Just getting home from Barnes & Noble and Circus. The Barnes & Noble opening was awesome. Got a few books. I love when they do Barnes & Noble openings because at least like the one that I went to, when they closed down the one that I was talking about earlier and they opened up the new location, they did like a bunch of they had like a bunch of authors and stuff come down and do like signings and events and stuff like that, and it was really cool. The store itself is not my favorite because it's very small. There's really nowhere to sit and there's no cafe. Which I recently learned from another Barnes & Noble employee who used to work at the old store and he moved when they relocated. Apparently, I think they cannot have a cafe in a Barnes & Noble if the Barnes & Noble is within a certain number of feet from a Starbucks. Something like that, he was saying. And so because when they moved locations, they moved into a shopping center that has a Starbucks like 3 doors down, they were not allowed to put a cafe in that Barnes & Noble, which was so annoying because they literally were on the other side of the parking lot. They literally just moved from one side of the parking lot to the other side of the parking lot. So in the original place where they were, I guess they were far enough away from the Starbucks they were allowed to have a cafe. So they had a cafe, like that store was like huge. And then when they moved across to the other side of the parking lot, the store is significantly smaller. There's nowhere to sit and there's no cafe because they're closer to the Starbucks, which is so annoying. So hopefully your Barnes and Noble opening was a lot better. Hello, Rainy. Got dinner going in the oven and took a shower. Nice. Excellent. Very productive. Hello, Brittany. Hello, Zoe. Hello, Christina. I forgot I needed to edit tomorrow's video, so I'm doing that. Have like 5 minutes left. Great. Love it. Read 40 pages and yay. Yay, a book that you're enjoying. Thank goodness. That's awesome. Also, Lexi, out of curiosity, are you share with us what kind of video we'll be getting? Whoa, what was the streamer doing? I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was like stuff was like flashing and glitching. But yeah, what kind of video can we expect for tomorrow? Are you able to tell us, or is it a surprise? Got to 26% of With the Fire on High. Nice. And you just started that, didn't you? That's great that you got 26% of the way in. That's awesome. 40 more pages of All My Rage. You'll definitely finish that tonight for sure. Finished editing for tomorrow and started reading for the evening. What video are we getting tomorrow, if you're able to tell us? And what are you reading? Good. Made it to page 40 of Dorian Gray. Excellent. Wasn't much. I only read about 5 pages, but I'm writing lots of notes in preparation for our live on the 30th. Nice. Dorian Gray, that's a classic, I think. And it's one that I don't know a whole lot about. The only thing that I know, that I think I know, and I may be getting this mixed up with something else, is that there is like LGBTQIA plus representation in the book, which I guess is like a big deal because it's a classic. And so obviously that wasn't something that was being written in books at the time that this came out. But other than that, I have no idea what the story is about. So I'm glad that you are enjoying it and that you're almost finished with it and that you have lots of notes to discuss for your live. Most of my 2024 goals are long-term, but I have a secret series that I have yet to start filming, but I've had the idea for over 6 months. Cannot wait to see what the series is once you start it. Very interested. Goal for 2024 is pretty much to get more confident, do lives, be more in the community, and etc. I love that goal. And if you need like help with lives, I know lots of booktubers are always like, willing to like co-host with you and stuff like that, or let you come on their channel so you can kind of get a feel for what it's like to be on camera and stuff like that. So feel free to reach out to your local booktuber and see who would be interested in working with you if that's something that you're interested in. Reach out to us. We're all here. I don't want to volunteer people's services, but I think most people will be open to that. Yes, we are very happy to see that Zoe is reading something that she's actually enjoying because she DNF'd the last book she was reading. One of my 2024 goals is to bake something new to me each month. January, brownies from scratch. February, bread. Haven't done March yet, but I will be doing key lime pie. Ooh, that's a really cool goal. I like that. I really like that. Got to 22% in my audiobook. Nice. Way to go, Zoe. I have 100 pages left of Powerless. As far as goals, I wanted to read the books off my shelf, and so far I've read 12. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Brittany and Jen. I'm with you on the eyeballs now. It's why I wear glasses and not contacts. Exactly. I don't even wear my glasses, but that's not an eyeball thing. I don't like the way glasses feel when they're sitting on my nose. It makes my nose feel funny. I think it's one of those things where I'm just not used to it. I think if I actually committed to wear my glasses like all the time, eventually I would just get, used to it. But because I don't wear them very often, when I do wear them, it just makes my nose feel weird. But yeah, contacts, I don't do contacts. I tried to do contacts back in 10th grade or 11th grade or something. And I did it for maybe 6 months to a year. And then I was like, no, never mind. This is for the birds. I don't like stuff that involves having to touch eyeballs. I don't like it. I had a few of my goals. Been reading more indie. Started my book club. Working on more long-form content for my channel. I love that, Mel. That's awesome. Back from the liquor store, I ordered pizza because the calzone place wasn't taking orders online. Well, that's a shame. What kind of pizza did you get? Did you get the same stuff that you would get in your calzone and you just got it on the pizza, or did you get a completely different kind of pizza? Goal is to live my best life. Watching TV now, trying to stay awake. I love that. That is a goal that I think we all can get behind. Recently made a lot of progress getting caught up on my reviews and all the places. Yeah, I know we talked about that. I think it was during Margaret's weekend sprints. We were talking about the fact. Oh, you were talking about the fact that you were like catching up on reviews. So that's good. Going forward, I want to focus on completing series in Q2. That is also one of my goals. Is trying to complete series. I have a couple that I've definitely made like some progress in, but I don't think I have any that I've like fully completed. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I've completed anything yet, but I've definitely made some progress in some, which is good. But I need to continue that momentum so I can actually finish like the 10 that I said I wanted to finish by the end of the year. Need to get my Goodreads, Storygraph, reading spreadsheet, and reading notebook synchronized. It just gets worse with every book I finish. I also need to get my genre blanket caught up. Yeah, I gave up on trying to keep Goodreads updated. Like you said, with every book you finish, it just gets worse and worse. And I'm at a point now where I have given up. The only books that I log in Goodreads are arcs that I read. Otherwise, all of my stats, all of my books, like my Storygraph is up to date. My Storygraph is almost always up to date. A lot of times I will update the progress of a book as I'm reading it. So I stay up to date with it. Sometimes I'll wait until I finish it and then I'll update it, but I usually always keep my my Storygraph up to date. But Goodreads, I gave up on that a while ago. Same thing, I used to have like a book journal, gave up on that too. Maybe one day I'll go back to it, but I think I just don't have the time. Like I used to like really sit and like write really thought out reviews and write down quotes that I really liked, and I would like color coordinate my notes and stuff like that in my book journal. But that's when I had a lot more free time on my hands before this job, and now I just have no time to do anything. So like even now, I think I said last week when I was on sprints that I needed to transfer my annotations and my highlights and stuff from my audiobook that I had of Before I Let Go by Ryan Kennedy. I put a lot of my notes in the audiobook that I got from Libby, and then I got the physical copy. I need to transfer everything over. I think I said this last week. I still have not had a chance to sit down and do that yet. And I think they're going to take the book from me in like 2 or 3 days. So I really have to do that like this week. It is a priority that I have to do. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my notes. So I feel you on needing to get caught up on these things. I feel that. Accurate, right. Right. None of mine are synchronized. I think Goodreads says I've read like 15 books. Storygraph only has like 10, and my Pokemon spreadsheet has like 25. That's another thing I need to catch up on is my Pokemon stuff. I for February and for March, I haven't been like figuring out which Pokemons I get for which books I read, because I decided that going into this, Pokemon readathon, that I wasn't going to build my TBR based on like what items I was trying to get. I was just going to read books and then figure out based on what I read what those books could be applied to in terms of like what items I would get, and then therefore what Pokemons I would get. So I need to go back because I did not do it for February and I have not done it for March yet. So I have no idea what items I've accumulated with all the books that I've read so far this year. I need to do that too. Not as high on the priority list of things to do, but definitely something that needs to get done. Tomorrow's video, ooh, a cooking chat. I made chicken bacon ranch tater tot casserole. Oh, that's fun. Are you gonna give like the recipe? Like if we wanted to like make it at home, do we get the recipe? Tomorrow's video, ooh, a spring TBR. I also should probably do a TBR video, especially with Aurelium coming up. I really need to do a TBR video. But again, I don't know when I'm gonna have time or like the proper equipment and location to be able to do it. But I really need to try to figure that out. We'll see. Maybe I'll do it next week. It'll probably be a little bit late. My April TBR will probably be a little bit late. But I'm going to an Airbnb next week, so maybe I'll film it there. And I'll try to film it on my phone. We'll see. It does. It honestly does. No judgment, please, but I am the only one who doesn't know what a calzone is. No, it's no judgment. A calzone, I'm trying to figure out how do you even describe what it is. It's kind of like I don't even know. It's like pizza, but everything's on the inside, almost like a hot pocket. Like that's the best way that I can think to describe. It's like a hot pocket, or almost like not an empanada, but like it's like the bread is on the outside and like the cheese and all the fillings and stuff is like on the inside. That's the best way I can describe it. It's very similar to pizza, though. Hello, Danny. I'll be reading The Tainted Cup today. Speaking of tainted, I posted this on my Instagram story, but I am so disappointed in myself that I did not realize that the character on the Amanda Show, that the name was Penelope Taint. I did not know this until I watched the documentary today, like earlier this morning. I thought her last name was Tate. Tate. That's what I thought her name was. Did not realize it was not that word, let alone what that word means. Wow. Just wow. That's all I can say is just wow. The millennial childhood is something else. It is no wonder that many of us struggle with things like anxiety and trauma and all kinds of things, because just wow. The things we were being exposed to subconsciously, wow. Hope you are doing well. The weather has been lovely today. I don't know if the weather was nice. I was only outside for like maybe 10 minutes when I went to Subway and then came back home. So I don't really know what the weather was like. But hopefully it was nice. I hope that everybody else's weather was also nice. Who is doing Pokemon, please, so I can look it up? Meredith, I think her username is Reading with Merb, is the like main host for the Pokemon readathon, which is happening the entire year of 2024. So it's never too late to join if you guys are interested and you're not already participating. You can jump in whenever you want because it's going on all year long. I am one of the zoologists. I know Brittany is one of the zoologists. I'm trying to think, is there anybody else in this chat that is a zoologist? It might just be us two. And there are other zoologists, but in terms of like who's here right now in this stream, I think it might just be us two, I think. But yeah, definitely recommend checking out Merp's channel because she has all the stuff, which reminds me, I think I need to film a video for Pokemon for next month. I'm going to have to do that next week too when I'm at the Airbnb. All these things. I need to make a list. Yeah, I show you, okay, cool, how to make it, and then I do a Google Doc and share the description of the interesting ingredients. Lovely. Sounds amazing. Meredith from Reading with Merb is the professor, but yes, I am a zoologist. You are correct. It's a piece of fold and a half, so all the content is in the middle. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Brittany. This is the link to the announcement video, so that will kind of take you back to the very beginning, so you have some context of like what this readathon is even about and how to get started. Yes, thank you, Brittany. Awesome. Thank you so much, Brittany. I thought her last name, this is what I'm saying. I thought her last name was Tate, like Lorenz Tate. Like I thought her last name was Tate. I had no idea that it was Taint. I was like, wait, what? That's been her name this whole time? That's crazy. You are not too late to join. Not at all. Tomorrow's my last day at work. Oh my gosh, for 10 days. I can't wait. Lucky you. Very jealous. I haven't watched the doc yet, but whoa. See, okay, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that didn't know this. I'm so glad that I'm not the only, because I'm like, wow, I'm really stupid. Like, that's crazy that I've lived 30 years thinking that this girl's last name was something that it wasn't. Like, I just thought, like, I thought I was like a complete idiot. I'm glad that I'm not the only one. It wasn't just me that was hearing this wrong. Yes, not at all. Feel free to join in. Even if you're not ready to join now, if you want to wait until next month or wait until the summertime or whatever, you can jump in whenever you want because it's happening all year long. Not too late to join, but you do need to read for your starter book, their starter before you go on. Yes, this is true. And I think Meredith explains that in the video that Brittany linked. I will try to look into it. Thank you so much. Manifesting me as a zoologist next year. Nice. So 10-day super long readathon sounds lovely. Hello, Carissa. How are you? Welcome. I wish, but I will say that I have things planned. I will be streaming for 12 hours on your birthday. Woohoo! That's so exciting. I can't wait. So on the Amanda Show, the character Penelope, the one that like wears the glasses and has like the haircut, the Edna Mode haircut, I was like, what is that noise? She has like the Edna Mode haircut and she wears the glasses and she's like, Amanda, please, like that girl. Her name is Penelope Taint. In this entire time until today, I thought her last name was Tate. I thought it was Penelope Tate. It is not. It is Penelope Taint, like the body part. Which, if you don't know what that body part is, I don't recommend looking it up. But if you know, you know. We'll be reading The Great Hunt. Nice. Right. I was like, wait, that was her name? Like, are you sure? Are you sure this isn't like a Mandela effect? Like, I feel like that was not always her name. Wow, Nick did it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's the interesting thing. Like, I'm only on, I think it's 3 or 4 parts. I forget how many parts the documentary is, but I'm on the second. I'm like halfway into the second episode. So they talk about that in the first episode, but I'm halfway into the second episode, and it is interesting watching it so far. I didn't even know this documentary happened until yesterday. And I was on my way home. I got like a Twitter notification, which that was crazy in and of itself because I thought I deleted Twitter off my phone months ago. So I don't know how this notification got through. But I got a notification that if you guys ever watch iCarly, I think his name was Tebow, the guy who like always walked around with like donuts on a stick or whatever. And he was like serving them at the restaurant. That guy, like he had like the dreads and stuff or whatever. He did an interview with Dan Schneider where Dan basically was able to rebuttal and also like apologize and stuff like that publicly based on the stuff that was said in this documentary. And I was like, what documentary? And so I looked it up and I was like, oh, there's a whole ass documentary basically about Nickelodeon, Dan Schneider, and all the horrible things that happened as a result of his involvement with Nickelodeon. And so now I am very much invested in this story and I want to hear more about it. So I'm definitely going to be continuing the documentary until I finish it. I think it's 3 parts. It might be 4 parts. I'm not sure though. Have 8 chapters left. Nice. I feel like I can finish it tonight if I push myself. I believe you. You can do it. You got this. It's called, yeah, Katie got it. It's called Quiet on Set. I think it's on, I forget, let me see. I know it's on HBO Max because that's where I was watching it, but I do think that it might be on some other streaming platforms as well. In case you don't have HBO Max, you might have to pay for it. It might be on Philo if anybody has Philo. It looks like it might be on Prime Video, Apple TV, HBO Max, and the Roku channel. If anybody has any of those. Oh, it said it initially debuted on Investigation Discovery, so the ID channel, on March 17th, which was last Saturday. And it is a 4-episode series that aired in 2 parts. So I am halfway through the second episode out of 4. But yeah, it's interesting so far. It really is. I watched the Glee documentary and see, I didn't watch Glee, so I don't know if I would get the same like effect from watching that documentary, but as someone like, I know that you like loved Glee and you like grew up watching that or whatever, so I can imagine that you felt like very like shocked and also very like connected to these stories because you're like, these are the people that I watched every week. This is like my favorite shows. So, like that's kind of how I feel of this one, where I'm like, oh my gosh, like the Amanda Show and like all that, and I'm sure they're probably going to get into like iCarly and some other things, but I haven't gotten that far yet. So very interested to see where this documentary is going to go. But it looks like we have reached the end of the comments. So we're going to jump into our next hour-long sprint. Let me reset the timer. All right. And then switch this over. Bada boom, bada bing. Is he? I did not know that. Maybe they'll talk about it in I heard that like something happened to him. They kind of like touched on it in the interview that Tebow, I don't know what Tebow's real name is, but that was his name on iCarly. In the interview that Tebow did with Dan Schneider that I saw on Twitter, I think they kind of touched on the fact that something happened to Drake. I don't know if he experienced like SA or what it was, but something happened to him, I'm pretty sure, which I'm sure as I finish this documentary, I'll learn what it is. But I think something might have happened to him. And I've heard it said many times that when people experience those types of, incidents as a child, they then oftentimes, obviously not always, grow up to then become a perpetrator of that type of behavior. So I hate to say it, but if that is the case, it doesn't really surprise me that that's how he turned out. Who sings Spanish songs now? Interesting. I mean, that's a choice. I guess he made it. But yeah, I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? Let me see. How did my reading go? I was on, I think, chapter 5. I'm now on chapter 8. So, read almost 3 chapters. I have 6 minutes left in this audiobook. So, almost covered 3 chapters during that break and also finished trying on the rest of my clothes. So, that is now done. And I now know what I'm wearing for next week. Well, not for the whole week, but specifically for the party, I know what I'm wearing. So, that was a productive sprint for me. Also, I figured out what I'm wearing tomorrow to work because I have to always bring my clothes with me to my mom's house so I can get dressed in the morning. So I picked it out mentally. I have to go in the closet and actually go pull what I'm wearing so I can pack it in my bag. But yeah, very productive sprint for me. How did everyone else do during that sprint? Also, if you have not done your sip, because I think that this came through while we were sprinting. So if you did not do your sip, now is the time. Atia is back in the library. Welcome back. Did you pick up any books? Did I ever? A whole library video is coming soon. Fun. Can't wait. Very exciting. Uh-oh. Hello, comments? Oh, there we go. I love library hall, so I'm tuning in. And we have Leandra join us. Hello, Leandra. How are you? Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Watched all the Pokemon videos and read 8 pages. But my eyes aren't letting me read anymore, so I'm going to head off to sleep. Take care to me and everyone else. Good night, Zoe. Rest easy. I hope you have a very peaceful, restful sleep and that you're all ready for tomorrow when you wake up and refreshed. I'm so tired of doing my exercise. I did the bike and my rowing, and I did 64%. So I need 36% more to reach my silver medal. Nice. Hello, Leandra. Everyone's saying hello to Leandra. I read another chapter of Dorian Gray. There's absolutely so much to unpack with this one. I can't wait for the discussion. Also shared my thoughts on Storygraph. Nice. Finished editing the video and it's uploading. Then I filmed a vlog clip and got that edited. Lexi, weren't you saying, this was like a week or two ago, weren't you saying that you were trying to like upload a video and it like wasn't letting you get past like 5 minutes? Were you ever able to get that video uploaded? Whatever happened with that? Also, if it wasn't you that said this and I just put this on you, please let me know because I could honestly just be making this up and getting you mixed up with someone. But I feel like I remember you saying that you were really struggling trying to get this video uploaded like a week or two ago. And I'm just curious to know whatever happened with that. Finished all my rage and now I'm crying. Oh my goodness. That's good. Or is that bad? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Hello, Courtney. Nicole read 3 to 4 pages. It's a start. You're right. It absolutely is. Got to start somewhere. I got 30% in my audiobook and spent a while chatting with the neighbor about cats. Love that. Read about 50 pages of A Fate Inked in Blood. Is that a sequel to something? Let me see. I want to say that is the sequel to something about Sister Scribe or something, but I might be getting that mixed up with something else. Fate Inked in Blood. Oh, no, it's book 1. Just kidding. So it is not the sequel, but it is. Ooh, these sprayed edges are pretty. I like this blue color. Very pretty. This cover is like really like model. It's giving like America's Next Top Model where her hair is like blowing. Anyway, let's see. Ooh. Read about 75 pages of Legendary. How are you liking it? What are you thinking? What did you think of Carval? Did you like Carval? What did you rate that? I'm just trying to gauge how you feel about the series thus far so I can get an idea of what you might think of Legendary. Didn't read but watched Easy A. Always an option. Nothing wrong with that. I did. Okay, you got to upload it. That's good. Had to export it differently instead of just directly exporting it into my files. Had to hit export to social platforms. Huh. So, like, ever since that happened, is it now working properly? Like, was it just that video? Or is this what you have to do now every time you want to upload a video? We listened to 1 chapter of Harry Potter 5 and chatted a bit. Nice. Thank you, Christina. It's good. It's a happy ending, but our characters went through so much that my heart hurts. Wow. I don't think that I have ever cried, like actually cried, reading a book. I think the closest that I ever got was when I read One True Loves. And what's so stupid about the fact that I got emotional reading this book is that there's a letter that the main character writes to her spouse. And this happens like relatively early in the story. She writes this letter. And then at the end of the story, not the very, very end, but like very close to the end, the spouse reads the letter. So the first time you get to read the letter, it's because she's writing it. And then the second time you as the reader get to read the letter, it's because the husband is now reading the letter. And for some reason, when that letter came back around the second time, I got like a little choked up and I was like, what's happening to me? What are these emotions? But yeah, I don't normally cry when I'm reading books. Did some chores and watched the episode of Apples Never Fall. Are you liking the show? Is it good? Also started a new baby blanket. Another coworker has had another baby. Oh, that's so cute. It was just, okay. Everything else I've been able to export like I always have. I wonder what it was about that video that was, like why was it acting like that? I wonder. That's so strange. Like, what was it about that video that made it act funky? Kiana is finally off work. Congratulations. Glad that they released you and that you are free now. And so much nicer than This is true. This is true. I love when books make me cry. Why? Why do you love when books make you cry? I find that to be so strange. Like, not like in a bad way, but it's just like I can't get myself to get to that point. Like, I don't know like how to flip the switch and like make that happen for me. So it's really interesting when I hear other people like, or like even like when I'm watching vlogs, like reading vlogs, when people are like crying reading a book, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like why are you crying? I'm enjoying it so far. I need to write down the details about these suspects. Wait, so have you read the book, Jaleesa, or are you just watching the show? Because I would assume that if you've read the book, that you probably already know who did it. Thanks, Jean. I know Nightbot was picking on you last night. Nightbot, he can be a bully, that's for sure. I love when books make you cry too. I don't like the headaches afterwards though. I 100% resonate with that comment. That is one of the reasons why I hate crying in general. It's not that, oh, like I feel like it makes you weak or anything like that. It's the fact that like I have like a negative physical reaction anytime I cry, and a headache is usually like one of the first things that happens. And it's one of those headaches that like Advil or Tylenol or whatever, like even like ibuprofen or whatever, won't make the headache go away. I basically just have to like sleep it off. I hope that when I wake up the next morning it's gone. Otherwise it just sticks with me and it's almost like a migraine, it won't go away. So I hate that. Also, if I cry and then go to sleep like shortly after, I wake up with like these massive bags under my eyes, like let somebody like punch me in the face in both eyes. So yeah, I just don't enjoy the after effects of crying. Crying itself is fine. It's the after effects that I'm not a fan of. Okay, you give Carbo 5 stars. Absolutely loved it. Legendary follows the younger sister, and I don't like her quite as much, but I'm still liking the book. I have about an hour left. Will probably be a 3.5 or 4 star. Okay. You are not the first person that I've heard say that they didn't like the sister as much reading Legendary compared to the first book. I'm trying to think. I actually don't remember which book did I rate higher. I want to say that I rated the first book higher, but let me check because now I'm like second guessing myself. Let me see. When did I read these books? In like January or December or something? So Carval I gave 4 stars. Where Legendary? Oh, I think I must have liked Legendary more because I gave Legendary 4.2 stars or 2.5. So yeah, I rated Legendary slightly higher than Carval. I don't fully remember why that is. Like now that I'm like thinking back on like the plot and stuff, I don't really remember why I did that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to change my ratings. Maybe when I read the third book, maybe things that happen in the third book will trigger my memory to remember things that happened in the first two, and I'll be able to remember like why I rated them the way that I did. But yeah, I'm not sure why I like the second one more. I don't know. You know what I love? An unreliable narrator. Really? I am very on the fence when it comes to unreliable narrators. I think that I feel like there's a time and a place for it. I don't like when narrators are unreliable throughout the entire story. I think that at some point, preferably like before we get to the 75% mark, it needs, if this narrator is unreliable, it needs to be made known to the reader that this, narrator is unreliable. Because it's one thing to misdirect your reader or your audience. I love a good misdirect. But to just blatantly like lie to them, I don't like that. That really gets under my skin. So I have a very like touchy relationship with unreliable narrators. I think that like A Flicker in the Dark, and pretty much any Stacey Willingham book for the most part, except for the most recent one because I haven't read it yet. But like her first two, definitely heavy on the unreliable narrator. So if you haven't read Stacey Willingham's books and you like unreliable narrators, I recommend checking her stuff out. But I like the way that she does hers, where at some point you get enough information where you realize like, okay, we can't trust this person. Everything that they're saying isn't, on a hundred. So yeah, very, very love-hate relationship with unreliable narrator tropes. Also love when a book makes me cry. The harder I cry, the better the book. Oh my gosh, Julie. Why are you guys breaking your own hearts? Just watching the show. I'll read the book later. See, I can't do that. I can't watch the show or the movie or whatever and then go back and read the book because I feel like reading a book, for me, I have to invest so much more time into that compared to like watch. Well, I mean, I guess maybe a show, depends on how many episodes it is, could be the same amount of time. But I don't know. I just don't feel as invested reading a book, like reading words on a page, when I already know everything that's going to happen versus like I could watch a show knowing everything that's going to happen because I already read the book. Because I'm looking at the story for more than just like the plot and like who done it or whatever. I'm looking at it from like a directing aspect. I'm looking at it from an acting aspect. I'm looking at it from like set, wardrobe, dialogue, like just like blocking, all that kind of stuff is like what I'm looking at when I'm watching scripted series and movies and stuff like that. So I don't mind watching a show or a movie based on a book that I've already read. But to do it the other way around, I just don't have any reason to continue reading because I already know what's going to happen. I love books that make me cry too. I'm truly surprised none of the Harry Potters have yet. Are you expecting them to? Has that? I've never read the Harry Potter books, but have other people, like anybody in the chat that's read Harry Potter, did any of those books like actually make you cry when you read them for the first time? I was not aware that that was a series that was going to do that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay. And it amazes me that an author can have me so invested in a story that my emotions are affected. That is true. That is true. I think that it definitely takes a certain like skill, like, when it comes to like your writing ability, it definitely takes a certain level of skill to have a reader so invested that they like are physically like sobbing and crying and like getting emotional over a completely fictional story. You get it. How far into Harry Potter are you, Jen? I mean, Jean. Why did I say Jen? I actually found the older sister in Carvel annoying. A lot of people don't like. Oh, I can't remember what their names are now. I think it's the younger sister that they don't like because it's Charlotte and the other one, whatever one is not Charlotte, is the one that people tend to not like. And I mean, she was fine. Like I didn't dislike her. She was fine. She was cool or whatever, I didn't really feel one way or the other towards her, but I know a lot of people don't really like her. Side note, Kiana, I know what you meant about the red eyes in the TV adaptation of Interview with a Vampire. I have not seen that yet either. Oh, yes, unreliable narrators are good. See, Jaleesa, no one mentioned it, and it drove me crazy. Those color contexts have got to go. Deathly Hallows was the only book that made me cry for reasons. Okay, I haven't read that, but I'm kind of curious. Book 5 of Harry Potter made me cry towards the end, and also book 7. Sarah said books 5 through 7 all made me cry. I feel like people must be dying, like characters must be dying in these books, and that's why people are crying. Like I said, I've never read them, so I don't know. Other than like Harry and like the girl Emma Watson, what is her name? Hermione or something. Those are only 2 characters whose names I know. I have no idea what anybody else's name is in the story, but there must be characters dying in these books, and that's why people are getting like really, really emotional over them. That's the only thing I can assume. I don't know. Harry Potter 4, I teared up for a second, but book 5, 6, and 7, I bawled my eyes out. Oh my gosh. I got upset and silent cried at the end of Half Blood Prince. Wow. Oh yeah, Scarlet. What did I think I said Charlotte. Scarlet, Charlotte, same thing. Scarlet is Donatella. Yeah. That's the one that people don't like. People don't like Tella, yeah. Book 4, it was more of a touching moment. The rest were sad moments. Wow. A couple of recent reads did make me cry, and I was like, damn it, nobody makes me cry. Oh, dear. Oh my gosh. Do you cry other people's tears? What does this comment mean? Wait a minute. Explain. Harry Potter gets darker. Oh, does it? When you say darker, do you mean like actual, like just like really dark, graphic, like trigger warning type of content? Or do you mean like it becomes more mature as the books go on? I'm sensitive, so I be crying when I get excited, when I feel nostalgic Wednesdays. You just look outside and there's a bird and you just start getting really emotional. I feel that sometimes. I don't actually cry. I don't know. Maybe because my eyes are always burning and I'm crying because of that. Maybe my emotions are disconnected because my eye sockets have run out of tears. I cried in lessons of chemistry. I can believe that you cried in A Man Called Uwe. I haven't read that book, but I've heard about it, and I've heard that it's like very, like hard hitting and emotional and stuff like that. So I could believe that. But I haven't heard anybody talk about crying in lessons of chemistry, so that's interesting. Yes, some characters die in Harry Potter in ways that cannot be discussed without spoilers. I believe it. Saying Coda. That's my secret cap. I never explain. Oh my gosh. Not a bird. Exactly, Coda. I've cried at some commercials too. I blame the motherhood hormones for that. See, here's the thing. One thing that will make me cry, it is so annoying that this happens, because I could not care at all and then just like get really emotional for no reason. Anytime someone is like being mean to like those really nice, like I guess traditionally nerdy or like dorky like kids in movies and shows, like the first character that comes to mind, if you guys have ever seen Matilda, if you remember Lavender in Matilda, she was just like so innocent and like cute and had her little glasses and she was adorable. Not saying that anybody was like mean to her or anything in that movie, but just say like characters like that, or like Stuart Little, like the guy who is in Stuart, like the little boy in Stuart Little, who's ridiculously hot now, but the little boy that was in Stuart Little, like little kids like that, where they're just so sweet and innocent and they wouldn't hurt anybody. When people are mean to them, I just get so emotional for no reason. Even when I was watching Love is Blind, oh my gosh, when you get to, whose wedding is it? Amy? What's that boy's name? Amy and somebody, not Jeremy. Jeffrey? Jimmy? No. What is his name? Johnny. Amy and Johnny. When you get to their wedding and Amy's like standing like at the aisle, like ready to walk down, and she's like locked arms with like her dad and her brother. Just seeing her brother, I got so emotional and almost started crying. Like nothing was even happening. And I just got so emotional just seeing her brother stand there with her and like get ready to walk her down the aisle. I have no idea what's wrong with me. More mature, but also there's danger at every turn. Oh, Okay. Yes, Coda, always crying when I realize it's only midway through the week, not Friday after 5. Are you a water sign? I don't even need hormones to cry at commercials. Poisonwood Bible made me cry, but very few books do that. I have not heard of this. Poisonwood Bible. What is that? Let's see. Came right up. What is this about? Best-selling novel about a missionary family. Oh. Huh. Takes place in the 50s, or maybe it's the 60s. Interesting. Okay. Takes his family on a mission to the Belgian Congo. Okay. Wow. Interesting. This is not a story that I would expect to make someone cry, just based off of the brief synopsis that I read. Obviously, there's probably a lot more to it, so that makes sense. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Coda said that he's a Virgo, which I don't think is a water sign. I don't know what it is. It might be like an earth or an air sign, but I'm pretty sure it's not water. Let me see. Virgo is it is Earth. Haha. That's what I thought. I knew it wasn't water. Yeah, Earth sign. It gets more mature as the characters age, and they all deal with the darker side of magic. Okay, okay. The only two books that made me cry were Whale Rider and The Raging Quiet. I've heard of The Raging Quiet. I have not heard of Whale Rider. That's a new one. Child, I cried when someone gave me a tin of cookies for Christmas. Oh my gosh. Those commercials to save the neglected animals in the arms of the angels. That's what I call them. In the arms of the angels commercials. Pets, children, they all get lumped up in the arms of the angels commercials. That's what I call all of them. Sometimes because I have the memory span of a dirty pigeon, I read over my own work and hurt my own feelings, but I don't think it's brought me to tears because I'm the one who wrote it. That's fair. That's fair. Thanks, Cody. You're making me feel better. Yes, Coda. Virgos. We be pretty dramatic about little things. I know. So when you have kids like that in like movies and stuff, when people are mean to kids like that, it just makes me so emotional, and I don't know why. Sensitive, Lexi, sensitive. I know I'm dramatic. I don't cry much. I just get very dramatic over little things. Big Bang Theory even had me crying during multiple episodes. Wow. I'm trying to think if there's an episode of like my favorite show where I cry. Okay, so in Degrassi, every time I watch the episode where JT dies, when the doctor comes out to like tell everybody that he didn't make it, I do cry anytime I watch that scene. That is the scene that no matter how many times I've watched the show, and I promise you it's probably over 100 times I've seen that episode, I cry every time. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Thank you, Nightbot. I cried near the end of Anne of Green Gables, and I do every time I read it, and I have read it like 10 times. Wow. I'm more liable to cry at a movie. Yes, I agree. There's something about the visual that triggers me. I don't really know what it is, but I could see someone crying and not even have any idea why they're crying. Like I don't even know what's going on. But just seeing someone cry sometimes can make me cry. It's almost like a yawn where it's like contagious. So when somebody's crying on like TV or in a movie or something, I'll just get emotional for no reason. I cried a little when I saw the trailer for The Little Mermaid 3D for the first time. I think it's because I saw the original Little Mermaid in theaters in '89, and I was so excited. I mean, people watch me sit on the floor and bang my head last Friday because they scheduled a 14 appointment when oh my gosh, when the report is at 3. That's wild. I feel that too, Jaleesa. Yep, it is an earth sign. The Lion King, the Stampede always makes me ugly cry no matter what age I am. I feel that. I haven't watched that in a long time, so I don't know. But I definitely have cried at some point in my life watching that scene. I don't know if it will still have that effect on me, but it definitely has in the past. Atia, I'm a pure Virgo. Both my wow, yeah, that really is purebred. My late husband was also a Virgo. Wow, just Virgos all around. Jeez, what was that like? I feel like that can go two ways. It's either really great being around people that are the same sign as you, or it's extremely obnoxious being around people that have the same sign as you. My fifth grade teacher read Where the Red Fern Grows and had the whole class bawling by the end. That children's book still makes me sob to this day. Oh my gosh, not your teacher making y'all cry. My family is well versed in dramatic Virgo tendencies. Being both my sisters are Virgos, but our B days are all 6 days apart. That is a lot. Like, props to your parents. So it was a shock to my stepdad after he moved in. Big props. Big props. Having 3 girls born 6 days apart, that sounds like a lot. Not 6 days, like literally, obviously, I'm sure there's some years in between, but when you're planning like birthdays and parties and stuff like that, trying to buy gifts, sounds like a lot as a parent. If we're talking about books we wrote, I bawled my eyes out in my own book. Oh my gosh. I don't typically get dramatic. I get rational until you're not getting it, and then I get irritated. See, I know I'm dramatic too. We don't call it that. Very good way of putting rational until no one else gets it. Exactly. It's a running joke in my family that I cried during Coco. I feel like a lot of people. I've heard Coco, and what's the other one? I've never seen Coco, but there's another one too. I can't think of what it is. Is it like not Enchanted? Is that Encanto or something like that? I heard that's another one that people get like really emotional about. What was it like? Dramatic. Live performances make me cry, whether it be professional or even elementary school programs. I can see that. OMG, ugly cry equals me and Snow White. Always, why does Grumpy have to cry? I forget that I cried at The Lion King, but also I get emotional at the end of Mulan, where her dad is all the greatest gift and honor is having you for a daughter. Mulan is definitely like in my top 5 or top 6, like top Disney movies of all time. So yeah, I could agree with that. That's a lot of Virgos. Yeah, it is. I found the same signs obnoxious. My sister and I cannot live together because it doesn't go well. Fair enough. Pat, I know, right? That's what gets me because, like, it's grumpy. I'm sure Where the Red Fern Grows and Old Yeller were so commonly read out loud in school because teachers were wielding the power to make all the kids cry. Well, that sounds evil. I ugly cried at my boyfriend's shoulder when we saw Coco in theaters. Yeah, I heard that Coco was definitely a tearjerker. That's what I've heard. I low key cried in Land Before Time when the mom dies in the very beginning. Like it's like the very beginning of the movie, and I was already like crying. Pretty sure I ruined one of his shirts. I cried during Coco, but the Book of Life. I have not read this. Coco had me crying the entire movie. Like, why would my eyes turn off? Well, I don't know about anyone else, but this chat is making me feel better. I'm not the only one that cries at weird things. I will have to show this to my boys. They make fun of me for crying. I mean, crying is a normal part of life. Thank you for validating me, Tia. Yeah, there are gaps between my sisters and me. I mean, sisters and I. It's me, then 4 years later, my sister, then 18 months later, my Aries brother, and then 4 years later after that, my other sister, and then 5 years, my Taurus brother. So we got a Taurus and an Aries, which is also pretty close together because they're back-to-back signs. So that's interesting that they had their boys really close together and then they had their girls really close together. Dude, the Land Before Time broke me. I'm saying when that mom died, when the first of all, when the ground starts splitting, I was like gripping on the edge of my seat. I was like, oh my gosh. I thought I was gonna fall into the hole. Like I don't know what was going on in my brain. But then the mom died. I was no good. Like that just set me up for an emotional roller coaster for the rest of the movie. Coco, Up, Toy Story 3. I've heard a lot of people cried in Toy Story 3. I didn't, but I know a lot of people that did. On the flip side, I did accidentally make my own book boyfriend, and he was a last minute idea that I needed for a character arc / development, but he turned into the nicest person. That's so nice. Oh, the comments are jumping. Yes, it's normal, but I cry at weird, non-sad things. You're good, Christina. I cry every time I cook something. Oh my gosh. I was a mess when Dos Oregitas started playing in Encanto. I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming that it's a song. But yeah, I heard that Encanto is like the next one right after Coco that just for some reason got people all in their feels. Kids movies may hit may hit hard. I forgot about Land Before Time. This is why we have so many trust issues and emotional scars as adults. Probably. Between that and all the subliminal messages that are in the Nickelodeon shows, probably. I cried when Spike talked. Yes! Same. I also cried when I truer words have never been spoken. Thank you so much, Kiana, for this. Real. This is real. uh, I know Snow White made me terrified of apples as a child. To this day, I cannot bite into a whole apple. It has to be cut into slices. Wow. Not that this is like related to us crying or Snow White, but a movie that kind of made me so that I can't do anything or like do a specific thing. Ever since I saw The Exorcism when I was like a kid, there's a scene, I think it's The Exorcism. It could be Poltergeist. I forget which one it is, but I think it's The Exorcist. But there's a scene where she's like laying in bed and she keeps like going like back and forth or whatever. Ever since I saw that scene, I cannot sleep like flat on my back. I always still sleep on my side or on my stomach. Still to this day, like I will not sleep flat on my back. I can't do it. It really is. It really is. Lilo and Stitch is my favorite movie, and now I sob as an adult during parts of that. Oh my gosh. I forgot about Lilo and Stitch until maybe about like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was watching a video on the React channel. I love when the React channel does videos involving like Disney and Nickelodeon stuff. And I forget what the question was or what it was, but like Lilo and Stitch came up. And I was like, dang, I forgot that was a movie and a TV show. I don't know if I've ever seen Lilo and Stitch the movie all the way through, but I used to watch the TV show like every morning when I was getting ready for school. That's what was on in the morning. So I definitely watched the TV show like almost every single day. But yeah, I kind of forgot about it until a couple of weeks ago. If you really want to cry, watch Beaches or Still Magnolias. I've heard that Beaches will make you cry. Don't even know what it's about, but I've heard that Beaches will make you cry. Boys on the Side. Read some Magnolia meal prep. Oh, read some Magnolia meal prep for lunch tomorrow. Now switching over to 1984. Nice. How far are you into 1984, Kelsey? Like what chapter or what section are you on? If I remember correctly, I think it was broken up into like, was it 3 parts or 4 parts? But I want to say it was like part 2, chapter 9, or maybe it was part 3, chapter 9. I know it was chapter 9. Chapter 9, somewhere in that book. When they are reading like the manual or whatever, that's my favorite chapter. So I'm just curious to know if you've read that already or if you have not gotten to that yet. I remember I also cried at the first Pokemon movie as well. Saw it in theaters and every kid there was sobbing. I did go see Pokemon in theaters like when the movie came out, but I don't remember crying. I don't really remember the movie all that much, to be honest. I remember going, and I remember that was when like Mewtwo or something came out, but I don't really remember anything else about the movie. For some reason, like that section of my memory is just blank. Oh yeah, every time. I remember all the things I forgot from when I read it in high school. I never read it in high school, so this was my first time reading it. Mystic River, but I need to read the book before I rewatch. Fair. That one too. My Girl, Boys on the Side. Yes, Rachel, I was gonna say Mewtwo movie made me ball when Pikachu cried. Cave. E.T. I don't know that I've ever seen E.T. all the way through. Like I've seen it, but I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing all the way through in like one single sitting. So yeah, I don't think I've ever cried watching that. Beaches is so good. Yeah, I've heard. Is it me or did Nell just say "Boys on the Side" like she's never seen? Yeah, I've never seen it. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it before. I watched original Beaches so many times and cried every time. Have not seen the new one. Wait, there's a new one? I thought we were talking about the original one. I didn't realize that there was a new one. Okay, okay. Let me know when you finish chapter 9 cuz chapter 9 was my favorite. That I was like there was so much stuff that I was highlighting in that chapter. I went to town on chapter 9. Uh I've never seen Beaches, but I need to read the book first. And oh good, you have it. The Rescuers as an adult made me emotional now. Interesting. I will read Beaches with you. There we go. We got a new buddy read happening. Just need to find it. Kelsey over here, like, I'm reading. Are y'all reading? I didn't know it was a book. Oh, yeah, it is. I don't know. I just feel like I don't care to watch it now. I've seen enough like pieces, like chunks of it that I can put it together and I know the gist of the story. I believe it. I will watch it. I will watch it. Actually, I recently watched The Last Princess and cried 3 times. Oh my gosh, in the last 15 minutes of the film. Wow. No, watch the original with Bette Midler and Barbara Hershey. Okay. Need to watch Boys on the Side and E.T. Oh my gosh. Yes, that one. All right. And with that, we have made it to the end of the comments. We're going to do one final sprint. This one is going to be a little bit shorter. We're going to do a 30-minute sprint, and we'll probably get done around 10:30 my time. We'll talk for a little bit, and then we will head out. So let me get the timer set up. Let's change that to 30. And I will see you guys back here in 30 minutes. Happy reading. I was completely unprepared for that. Did not realize that the time was about to be up. How did everyone do? I did not read during that sprint. I got stuff ready. Like, I got my clothes and stuff so I can, as soon as I get off of here, go to my mom's house. A lot of times I'll get off of here and then, like, still be walking around the house, like, trying to get this and grab that and don't forget this and remember to do that and stuff. So I try to do all of that this time on the last sprint so that when I get off of here, I can literally just, like, put my coat on, grab my bag, and walk out the door. So still productive, but not reading. And then I was also going through the pictures that I took like 2 weeks ago, because I need to, because we are coming up to the end of March, I need to finish posting the rest of like my birthday pictures and stuff. So I was going, that's what I was doing when the timer ended. I was like, wait, whoa, because I had like my photo editor and stuff like up, was not prepared to come back to sprints. Honestly, I honestly forgot that I was even on sprints for a second until I heard that noise, and I was like, oh shoot, wait, where's StreamYard? So yeah, that was my sprint. How did everybody else do? Let me see, where did we leave off? I think it was somewhere around here, maybe? I think that's might have been where we were. Rachel said, however, a sick part of me likes people reacting to Schindler's List because exactly 0 of them are emotionally prepared. That is another movie that I've never seen. I've never seen that movie at all. Like, there are other movies where it's like I've seen it, just not all in one sitting, but I've never seen Schindler's List, like, ever. I don't even really know what it's about, to be honest. But it's a movie that I've definitely heard of it, but I have no idea what it is or who's in it or anything like that. Your friendly reminder to hit the like button. Thank you so much, Atia. You seriously would regret you watch Boys on the Side. Such a good cast, such a good story. It's my favorite chick flick, followed by Fried Green Tomatoes, then Steel Magnolias. He's like, I said what I said. Old School April, it's good. It's a good time to watch all these older movies that you haven't seen or just watch them all again. Okay. Fried Green Tomatoes, love that book. Kind of miss old school chick flicks. They were fun. Yeah, I feel like they don't do that anymore. Like, that's not like a genre that's as popular as it used to be back in like the 90s and early 2000s. Fried Green Tomatoes is another one I can't watch again until I read. Christina agrees. Do you have that book? I'll read it with you. In May, I need to read horror. Yeah, Schindler's List hits hard. The more recent in the same vein of that movie is that made me cry hard was One Life with Anthony Hopkins. I haven't heard of One Life either. What is that? About someone who gets children out of Germany and into foster care in Britain in World War II. Is that what Schindler's List is about? I didn't know that. Oh, thank you, Nightbot. Schindler's List is another book I'm needing to read before I rewatch the film. I didn't even know it was a book. That's news to me. This comment was hilarious. Kiwi, I cried that one too. Thank you, Christina. Courtney was falling asleep, so she headed off to bed. Do you have Schindler's List, Christina, or anyone? Yeah, that was me laughing at Coda having finished his glass. And then saying goodnight to Courtney. Everyone saying goodnight to Courtney. She's probably gone now. Christina said no, but I could. Headache, so heading to bed. Heading to bed to read. Night all. Thanks for hosting. You are welcome. Good night, Nicole. Good night, Nicole. Rest up and feel better. Yes, absolutely. Oh, Kiana's at 82% of Amina Al-Sarafi. I should finish tonight. How are you liking that? That is a book that, like, almost everyone that I know that has read that book has nothing but, like, rave reviews. Like, everybody loves this book. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this book has something to do with, like, pirates, I think, which I'm just not into pirates. Hot take. I've never seen Pirates of the Caribbean and don't really have any overwhelming desire to watch it because I'm just not, like, a pirate person. Like, Peter Pan is not my favorite Disney movie. Like, I'm just not a pirate girly. But everybody that I know that has read Amina Al-Sarafi has like absolutely loved that book. So you'll have to let me know, Kiana. What are you thinking? Like, how are you feeling about it? Are you liking it? Good night, Nicole. Feel better. Ooh, Atia read 30 pages of The American Daughters. Nice. Didn't read either. Watched YouTube shorts and added some to my watch later. Nice. Saying goodnight to Nicole. Finished episode 2 of Apples Never Fall and made a cup of ginger and lemon tea. I need to order. You just reminded me. I need to order. I'm pretty sure they have to have it on Amazon because Amazon has everything. But I need to order some of those like honey packets, like those individual honey packets. I've seen ones that's like the tube, almost like the size of like a straw that has like liquid, like honey in it, and you squeeze the tube at the end and it pops open and you just like squeeze the honey into like your whatever you're making. But recently when I went to the spa like 2 weeks ago, they had honey like crystals. It looked like a sugar packet, but instead of it being sugar inside of the little packet, it was like honey crystals or something like that. So I need to invest in something like that I can like bring a box of to work, because at my job they have like a little like coffee station or whatever where you can do like tea, and they have like tea bags and coffee pods and stuff like that. But I don't like tea that doesn't have honey in it, and they don't supply the honey. So I like my tea to have ginger, lemon, and honey in it. Like that's just my go-to. I feel like if my tea is missing any one of those three things, it just don't hit the same. So I need to invest in like a pack of like honey, like individual like honey packets or something that I can like leave at my desk or like take with me to work or something, so that I can actually make tea at work. Thank you for this reminder. I've been lurking all evening, but thank you for this, friends. Also, I look forward to hearing your thoughts about Nevermore for reasons. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Yes, reasons. Got to 38% in my book and started writing my finished books in my notebook. Logged my 101st book on Goodreads. So I have to get my logs caught up during this audiobook. Congrats, Jamie. That's awesome. Saying hello to Leandra. Schindler's List is a Holocaust movie. Yeah, once you started talking about like Germany and World War II and stuff like that, I kind of had a feeling that it was, in that vein. I did not realize that that's what that movie was about. I had no idea. You need tissues for it. I believe it. Listen to some of Homegoing this sprint. Made a late lunch and chilled. Nice. Hello to Leandra. Everyone's saying hello to Leandra. Leandra saying hello to everyone back. Lots of love for Leandra. Is that anything like The Windmere Children? I read Homecoming last year with eyeballs and really liked it. Nice. Saying goodnight to Nicole. No, Schindler's List is not about foster care. It's about the plight of the Jews during World War II. Yeah, I had a feeling that it was something related to like the Holocaust. Just based off of like the fact that you mentioned like World War II and like the Germany and Britain and stuff like that. I had a feeling that was somehow a part of the storyline. So it makes a lot more sense now. I just had no idea before that that's what this was about. Because I've heard of the movie, of course, but I had no idea what it was about. Not sure. I haven't heard of that before, but One Life is based on the life of Nicholas Winton. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Should I know who that is? It's an amazing story. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Camilla. Have a good night. Have a wonderful night. She's a retired pirate, so it makes her even more lovable. I'm enjoying it. That's good. That's good. I'm glad that you're liking it. Thanks for this, friends. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you, Christina. I vaguely remember the film, but Schindler has the power to save X amount of people, hence his list. We watched it in middle school. So good, and cinematically speaking, so artistically. Oh, okay. That makes me interested in reading it. The fact that you said that like cinematically it's really good. That's interesting. I wonder if maybe we did watch this movie when I was in middle school. So when I was in middle school, I think in 8th grade, we did this thing called Facing History. All the 8th graders do it every year, where I think it's like 2 weeks you spend not doing your regular classes that you would normally do. And they basically give you new classes for 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks, you're in like these like groups, these smaller groups that are like broken down. And I don't remember all the stuff that we talked about, but I definitely remember there being like a very heavy focus on like World War II and like the Holocaust in particular. And I remember us going to DC to go to like the Holocaust Museum and stuff like that. So I wonder if maybe they showed this movie in, during that 2 week period, and I just didn't realize that that's what I was looking at. It's entirely possible. I think I'll have to give that one a look. Windermere is where the rich lord takes in some hundred children from the camps to rehab them and help find their families or sponsor their careers. Oh wow, nice. Have to look into that. Winton was definitely not rich. I'll never forget the little girl in red because it's the only color in the whole movie. Wow. Okay. I see what you mean when you talk about the cinematography of it all. I get that. Yeah, with Windermere, it was one of the first looks at children trauma and therapy for children's PTSD, trying to figure it all out in a gentle way. Okay. We watched Schindler's List in AP Government after we took the AP test. Interesting. One like maybe the one about fostering children during World War II. Okay. We also watched some documentary series on OJ after Schindler's List. Bit of a whiplash, yeah. That is a little strange to watch those two things, back to back like that. Very different vibes. Very different vibes. Books to buy, borrow now through June. Beaches, fried green tomatoes, Schindler's List, movies to watch ASAP, Boys on the Side, save ET for October. Okay, I start your comment. I started my reread of When Dreams Descend so I can finally get to the sequel. Nice. Schindler's List is in all black and white except for one little girl's coat that is in red. Very cool. I didn't know it was in black and white. Like I said, maybe we did watch this movie. We did a lot of stuff in those 2 weeks, but I honestly was so checked out of school at that point. I honestly like by the time eighth grade, like third quarter, eighth grade ended, I was basically failing history and English. How I managed to pull off like a B or an A or whatever I had by the end, I have no idea. Because I didn't do my homework. I didn't read those books. I didn't know what was going on. I was just doing whatever I felt like doing. It is a wonder. It is a miracle that I graduated with the grades that I did. Not the fact that I graduated, but the fact that I had like A's and B's. I don't know what the teachers were doing. I think that their algorithm was off. I think their grading system was wrong. Because I don't know how I was getting these grades. It makes a statement. Yeah, I believe it. And it has, oh, I didn't know that. Huh, interesting. A react video? Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. It's moving. All right, so let me turn off this banner. Because I think everybody knows at this point that that was the last print. Oops. Yeah, I didn't realize it. I didn't know he was in that. That's news to me. Really? Wow. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Good to know. All right, friends. Well, with that, we have reached the end of the comments. I am going to head off to bed. Well, to my mom's house so I can go to bed. But I will see you guys somewhere else on the internet, or if not, between now and next week, I will see you guys next Wednesday for next week's Wind Down Wednesday. Thanks for being here. Bye.